Yo, yo, yo. Hopefully today is the last day I can Hopefully today is the last day I need to open up to this scene right here. I think we will be able to pull it off today and move on, finally. So let's just dive into it real quick. I want to be done with it as soon as possible. So we can start with these visuals. Yo, what's up, Chuck? We have a big mesh of sub quads and we tessellate them depending on view to camera. Whatever vertex is marked as white here is a new vertex for this subdivision. We can see it works with this one as well. I hope. Yeah, it does. So what we want to do now is we just want to fade this white. We want to create a interpolation variable between 0 and 1. And so for this one, for instance, this, this, and this should interpolate. Okay, I'm trying to figure this out. If we move a little bit closer to it, it tessellates one more. So at this point, interpolation values for these should be 1. And it's pretty straightforward and easy. The only problem is that this one and this one actually this one as well. Yeah, this one and this one shouldn't interpolate as much. And that's the biggest difference we need to keep track of. So I'm just gonna do a drawing here real quick. Hopefully a better one than yesterday. And let's see if we can figure this out. So we're gonna have a minimum line. How far away the closest point on this quad is to this line is the value for how close every point here should be to its final. So like when when the first point, so if we were to move, or can I do it like this? So if we take a look at this quad right here, the closest point to the camera on this one will be right about here, and we want to figure out how close is this point to the next step, basically, because as soon as any part of this quad is included in this inner circle, so right about here, we will tessellate this full quad one more time. And it should work the other way as well. Honestly, yeah, if we can get this working, it will work for everything except the last bit of points, because they are actually so we need to do it relative to what subdivision constant a point has. Okay. So what we do right now, when we calculate the tessellation exponent, we do it as first of all we calculate the closest point on a quad to the camera, and then we send in that one to this method. This method does distance between the reference point and the camera, and then we floor it. I have some drilling in the apartment below me. Hopefully it doesn't get through too much to the stream. So that's basically what we try to do here. Again, we calculate a reference point, so nearest point on quad with normal. We calculate the length from that point to the camera position. And then we do this. So this one calculates the subdivision amount, or the tessellation constant. Not really though, but it's tessellation offset. But so what we do here is we calculate the distance, and then we divide the distance by meshed subquad diagonal 2 times. We floor one of them and takes this one minus this one. This one is always going to be bigger. So, like, how many such steps are we away from the camera? And how close are we to the next? So if this one is 0, we are at the next one. If it's 1, no, if it's 1, oh, that might be. Yeah, the greater this one is, the more we... So, the closer to 0 it is, the closer we are to the next one. I just want to output this progress and see what we have. Let's output it as we have it. Progress, factors, progress. Oh yeah. Yeah. Let's do p1.progress. Okay, we only get this for the newly the new points we spawn in the geometry shader. Why is that? Yeah, we get a little bit of a weird result over here because we don't tessellate these more times. But if we move it, we want to add a maximum progress here as well. But apart from that, it seems to work. I'm just questioning why we're not getting it for all the points. Oh, it's test we output it as. Yeah, that explains it. Output progress, and then down here we do progress. Good morning, PG King. Hope you're ready for taking this over the finish line today. So fully black before we move on to the next, and then white. And then fully black before we move on to the next. PG King, are you ready though? I don't know. We'll find out. And this is the... okay. 6. The problem being that I want to clean this up. Yo, what's up, Jax? If we have a point, or if we have a subquad that is within the smallest one, we shouldn't color it. We can hopefully fix that quite easily. But apart from that, it looks good. So if we're the furthest away and if we're within the quad, or at the closest one, basically. How can we solve this? Progress right now is just a float between 0 and 1 that tells us how close we are to the next tessellation level. For clarity, I wonder if I would like to work with this one in some way. Tessellation offset. So if this one is greater than this one, we have a progress of 0. If this one is 0, we have a progress of 0. Pretty much. Don't want to solve it with a branch. We should be able to solve it some other way. We get fully black if... Yeah. Hmm. I wonder if we want to do... I want to try and do this stuff down here. So we're gonna do float steps. Is equal to this one. And then we do... I want to see what happens with progress if instead of this we have output dot progress is equal to 0 tessellation amount POV steps, oops, steps minus lore steps. The only problem here, however, is... Well, maybe. Really? Yeah, so what we're seeing here is that this one is always lesser, or if we do it like this, this one is always greater than this one. Oh, we had one more. Okay, that definitely solves this issue far away from the camera. We have full black here, so that's good. So black just right before. And yeah, so the only thing I would like to do here now is that these points, they should have the same color as this one, right? Because they are actually subdivided from a... or they are subdivided more than this one is. I wonder how that would work with this. Okay, I want to do one more thing before we continue. Okay, it works for all of the ones that are far away from the camera, but I'm not really getting the result I want close to the camera. So if this one is subdivided the most, see here. How do I want to handle this? We definitely want, when we're this close, it should be pure black, I reckon. So what we're calculating now is pretty much, I would say, the macro interpolation constant. So this one has to be... So that this one describes how close is a subquad to being tessellated to the next step. Given that information, we need to define a micro progress as well for all of these that we can use inside here. So for this one, for instance, it has 0 right now. That means that every point that has the same tessellation constant should be fully interpolated. That will not include this one and this one. These ones are tied to this one. So for these one, we would like to have so pretty much the next step. Am I gonna have to calculate? What a complicated problem. Honestly, I don't understand. Yeah, we should be getting black here, yeah. think what complicates this problem is that we need to handle the points as a group of points, but we at the same time we also need to handle them as individual points. We can probably with this progress we have between 0 and 1. We just remove half of these. So does that give us the correct? So if we have this progress, we can't remove half, but if we do let's see, if we make progress as 1 minus this, so one minus all of this. So now instead we have white when they are extremely close. Could we, so these are points that were, they belong to the next tessellation step. I wonder if we could just use, feels a bit weird, but if we do this one progress and we do divided by this one as well, I want to see what we get. This is something we can't allow at all. We really need to have, it should be in sync. So at the beginning of this, or 2 days ago, I talked about this double step method. Good morning, Harukanan. Although I wonder if... So the idea is that we... So each tessellation step is... Each tessellation step is... described by... two areas, pretty much. So we have inner and outer. In the outer we interpolate, in the inner we're always at 1. Does this solve the issue? Then this one is in the outer. Tessellate. That would be... So we calculate the tessellation constant, which I want to represent as like 0.25. That doesn't help with the edge points, does it? No, it doesn't. Come on, come on, come on, come on. But, okay. Shouldn't it be as easy as... Within this radius, we interpolate all the points that has the smallest one. Let's say that it's 0.25. Within this radius, we interpolate all that has 0.5. And with this, within this one, we interpolate all that are at 1. Doesn't really make sense, but... Because we know here that 0.5 exists here. Yeah. And can we can we interpolate it by the progress to this one? Something like this should work. So this one is subdivided 0.25. We interpolate 0.25 here. Here we interpolate 0.5. Would that look weird? Should work. How to convert this into the proper code? Like, would this work? 0.5. So for this one we have, so we're gonna have points of precision 0.25 for this full one. So if it's 0.25 we don't interpolate it at all, only if it's 0.5 for this one. In here we interpolate 0.25. I don't see why this wouldn't work. What's up, Pleasure? This new Sora model is out of this world. I'm having a hard time keeping track of all the different AI models, but the image generation from, I think it's the new ChatGPT, or I don't know which one it is. It's insane. Extremely exciting, but also a little bit scary. Like, it's a weird feeling I have, like excitement at the same time as like hopelessness. Times are truly changing. I think it's starting to get time for most, if not all, countries to implement UBI. I don't see any other way getting society. Like, I see it as you have one path that leads to UBI, and the other path leads to some sort of slave society, which is fucking depressing. But this should 100% work. I don't see why. We just need to offset it by 1 as well. But okay, let's try it without the offsetting first of all. The progress here we already calculated. We just need to tie it to this one. And how the hell do we do that? We do it by... Uh, 0.5... How the hell do we tie it to that one? We can do it with an easy... We can do it with a branch, I think. We check... We check. UV tessellation step. Max. Yeah, we want to do it by max. Let's call it B. So B is this one pretty much. So within this, B will be 0.5. Within this one, it would be 0.25. Within this one, it would be 1. And we just want to do... We need to keep track of... If it's smaller So if a point is 1 here, or if it's greater, I mean. Let's see, how do we want to do this? So we have points with, for this one, we actually have points that both have 1, 0.25 or 0.5. We have 1, 0.5 and 0.25. So for this quad right, or let's see here, for this quad right here, for this quad right here. No, for this quad right here, we have points that are 1, 0.5, 0.25. If the points are, if they are divisible by this one, so 1 leaves us a whole number, 0.25 doesn't, then we don't want to interpolate it. So let's see here. Let's do outputs.progress is equal to it's pretty much like this. If it's divisible, that's the problem. If it's divisible, so for this one we want to set interpolation at 1. For this one we want to set interpolation to the macro interpolation value, and for this one we want to set the interpolation to 0. So UV tessellation. We have two values here as well. We have an X and a Y. We can't do min or max. Ooh. So we can have a point that has 1, 1. It's not how we want to do it. Okay, for each subquad, we basically have 3 different options for the point. Fuck, is that true? Yeah, we have x divided by 2, and we have x or 2x. Those are the different point coordinates we can have for a quad. Pretty sure that's true. So for this quad, we have points that should be interpolated, or we have points this one is true, this one, and this one. We have 0.25. Yeah, we're only interested in points. That is a multiple of these. Oh fuck, yeah, PG King, you're definitely correct. I've been muted. I don't know for how long. I'm sorry about that. I have so many things in my mind. I think this is the closest. We're almost there. We're almost there. And we just have a little bit of a mismatch here, and I want to color code this a little bit better. But other than that, we should be fine. Appreciate it, PG King. Didn't notice I was muted. Okay, I need to make one thing clear. If something is white, it should have its final position. That's why we set progress to 1 here. We want this one to be 0. It's this. Let's see. If it's even, then it should be one white as well. Like what I'm wondering is, oh, this looks so good. What the hell? This looks pretty much perfect, doesn't it? We don't have a mismatch, do we? And we have a mismatch here. I wonder why. So it's this point. Oh, we're so damn close. I'm also wondering a tiny bit about these right here. Middle points. They should be white as well. They definitely shouldn't be black. Or that depends. Oh, this is so close. This is so close. Yeah, okay. Okay, so for these one that are black, yeah, we mark them as too small even though they shouldn't. It's because we add, so when we do this, we add points at, so if this is 0.5, we add 0.25, but we also add so we want to do this, but okay. Looks good. Look, is this correct? Sure this is correct. It's extremely hard to see these points, but I think these points right here, I think they are correct. Move to gray here instantly. I'm a little bit afraid of that. This is supposed to be the same gray. I don't even know. I think it is. But it's very hard to see. I'm pretty sure this is it. I want to test this with height. And it's one more thing I want to do. I want to add an offset. So we can see here that we need to be extremely close for them to be fully interpolated. I want to add... we can try this with height and see what it looks like. So to get this to be height, we calculate progress here. input.progress, and then let's simplify this one a bit. Please let this be it. The branching with the modulus, I don't know. I don't see any seams. That bodes well. We only have a little bit of a height though, so let's do max height. Gonna have to change the... Okay, no seams. I'm happy about that as at least, but we're gonna have to change. But we still have popping. That sucks. Where do we have popping? So we have a little bit of a popping, and then... Tiny bit of popping. That's weird. Yeah, let's change the scale of this one. I wonder, do we want to scale it up or down? So, what is it? Test quad. When we generate the noise, UV scale, noise scale. Size. Yeah, let's go with 1 here. Maybe that's a bit too big. What do we have on size? 100. Let's go with 10. popping. So it's the popping we're trying to remove with this interpolation constant. But we still have some popping. That's weird. I just want to see how it looks with this noise scale. And then we're gonna have to refine the values. Okay, this is better. So if we move, so we can see that it pops in. Do we do any? So it just pops in and then we don't animate it at all. Really? I find a place where it's very apparent. I'm just wondering if our progress is So we pop them in here, and then as we move closer, look at this pop we see for this one here. I find this very weird. So white is fully tessellated. Yeah, so when we pop these in, they are gray. And then we move closer. Okay, that's not good. So between two tessellation layers here, we interpolate between 0 and 1. Do we want, so when we calculate progress, yeah, we go to black way too late. It's almost like we check. Yeah, I want these to be... Not these, but these. Actually, is it those? Yeah, when a new one pops in here, they should be way darker. That's for sure. Because they are like halfway tessellated already when we pop them in. It's almost like progress here. Are we measuring? Seams look so good though. Really do. Yeah, this needs to be darker. So the gray ones, but it's not entirely true. It's here, but for some we want to... Go the other way. Totally black here, right? Is this it? Might very well be. I want to try this with height. Although we have the same issue, we have a lot of flicking on these. even though like they are at the lowest possible, so we shouldn't get any flickering here. We want to fix that first. This one right here, it exists, it's not fully interpolated. Then when we... like, it's hard to... although... it's okay. A little bit worried about this one, so we add a new point here, and it's so this point right here, and when we add a point here. Oops. I think it's around here. This point we add here, it starts being interpolated when it shouldn't. It's incredibly hard to see. Wonder if Mm-hmm. 0.5. We want to do K times this one right here. This steps works beautifully. It's everything works so well except for, is it this one? Yeah, here we add new points, but they are getting interpolated instantly. This point existed previously. .5. Yes, okay. It's these points. Because this one existed previously. This one. And this one. So we need to handle this one differently. Because we do want to animate this one. We want to animate these. The problem being that this one has a value of 0.5. This one has a value of 0.25. 0.5. I think we can do this multiplicator here. Let's add float multiplier. Yeah, let's just call it multiplier here. So 0.5. I wonder if we can do 0.5 times multiplier. Or, so what is it? Or rather, I want multiplier to I wonder if we want to do 0.5 for all of them except for this one. I wonder how we want to handle it. Yeah. S12. 0.5, except for S12. Does this make any sense? Point 5, 0.51. Now we're getting... We do 0.5 here as well, then we had the previous result right. Yeah. This is the problem we have. This one should be black right about here, I think. Is it actually just the... It is pretty much... No, it's not. Do we actually want to go? Okay. And we miss out on, yes. So damn close. Yeah, we don't darken it quick enough. Going from roughly 0.5 to 1 in an instant. We want to go from 0 to 1. Makes me wonder. Progress at 1. Wonder if it's just Oh, one sec. Do we want to go? The other way around, I reckon. 75. Nah, not really. It's way too bright here. I need to understand this one. 0 to 1. Okay. Progress. Progress, and this one needs to be tuned. Multiplier here. Let's see. Progress is equal to, we take a point here and we basically check how close is it to this one between 0 and 1. 0 and 1, let's see. If it's closer to... We do 1 minus, let's see here. Bigger. Okay, so the closer it is to being 1. So we have 1, 0. That's our progress. We use progress here, I wonder about that, but let's see. So we calculate progress like this. Then we calculate the actual tessellation for the point in question. Multiplier here, we need to... Okay, let's do it like this. So the actual tessellation we get, it's these points, 0.5. Let's call it 0.5. But then in the geometry shade we add a few more points. So if it's 0.5, we should do no. Tessellation. So K, we compare with K here. So if it existed previously, we don't do any tessellation. So if we just do this, multiplier, I want to change multiplier to 1 here. I want to make sure that this is correct. So now we should just mark every point that is part of the original tessellation. They should be white. No. The original points should be white. Let's go 3. Yeah, so if we take a look at this one, here we have the original points, white, white, white. And then we tessellate once more the previous original points, white, 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 okay. That's beautiful. Let's do max height 0, so we get down to this one. Beautiful. Easier to measure. So all the original points are white. We don't interpolate them at all. That's very good. And then we have a little bit of a special case. We have this middle point that is always part in the previous one as well. So we can see it exists here, or we can take this point. This one exists here. It also exists here, but it's marked as black. So we need to handle that one, and that is our S12 point. So if we do our S12 point, it should have a multiplier of 0.5, because the existed point for this one is actually one subdivision level less. So we get something like this. That's beautiful. New point, new point, new point, new point. All of them are black. This one goes between. Oh, okay. So we need to handle this. We don't want to fade this one here. I don't think. Let's see. Or actually we do. But this one is just a bug because we don't have an upper bound. But if we go down to... These are not... These should be white here, entirely white. They are not. Yeah, okay, so this one shouldn't fade here either. Thought that this one would solve it. S1, 2. We don't want to interpolate those. What if we go the other direction instead? Here we go. I don't know if like this hack, but okay, so now, so a point that existed in a previous iteration is purely white here. That's good. But when we get to about pretty much these lines here should be pure black, which they are, then they should be lighter, lighter, lighter. And right about here they should be pure white. And then we go, and then they are white the next iteration, so that's good. I want to see what happens if we bring back progress. If we bring back, so which points are these? It's this one, this one, this one, this one, and this one. We do 0.5 for those. And we get back this one. But so here we have our original. White, 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 and then black, and then we fade those in, but we don't fade these currently. And that's because, okay, so that's our extra points. Those are point, let's see. Those points are our this one and this one and this one. So related to S12. So it's all of these three. I wonder if we want to go 25 here. We're gonna handle this one soon, but so it becomes whiter and whiter and whiter, and then when we subdivide, I don't know if these are, yeah, okay, so when we subdivide they become pure black again. All the correct ones, right? So all the new points should be black here. We can see that that is true, and then when we get closer and closer and closer, they become white. And then pure black again. Wait. Okay, so this looks good. But with this solution, how does it look for our points? Jesus, that looks good. That looks fucking beautiful. Huh. But this sucks. Do we get a little bit, or does it? Yeah, it does. So what is the problem here? This one is whiter than this one. For some reason. So for these ones, the new point here works, but the old point doesn't. This works beautifully. We need to... Oh, this looks so damn good. So why aren't these points getting handled correctly? Because we need to... This one is white. Okay, this one existed in the previous one. But it didn't for this one. Yeah, we just need to check if it's an edge, I think. If it's an edge. But then again, This one is probably not as dark as this one either. It is about here, but not... Yeah. Yeah, so if it's an edge, we need to do... We need to divide by 2, I reckon. So we're gonna do... divided by 1 plus... we have to be real careful here. Actually, we do this one here. Output seam plus 1. Yo, what's up, Cynic? Long time no see. Is this the correct way to do it? Ooh, that looks good. Indeed, been super busy. What we're working on today. Fuck, if I recall correctly, the last time you were here, I did tessellation stuff as well. Well, we're working on tessellation stuff today as well. The thing is, I've had 2 sessions fighting with tessellations now, with a little bit of a break between them. But I wonder if you just entered at the correct point, because I think we finally solved it. Or I want to try this. Or... I think we might have solved it. We're gonna try this with heights and see how it looks. It's one thing left I want to fix though. We can see here that when we subdivide the smallest amount, or when we don't do any tessellations at all, we still have these color codes, right? But we don't want to have them. This looks absolutely beautiful. So it's pretty much like if progress, we do inverse lerp. We don't need to do inverse lerp here. If, let's see here, if K Cynic, to me this looks like some sort of LOD thing, not really knowledgeable enough on game dev. That's actually spot on. So we're tessellating a set of subquads. Depending on how far away from the camera we tessellate them different amounts, and then we want to, so if we just go with that solution, you're gonna see a lot of popping. So when we move to a new subquad and tessellate it once more, it's gonna pop in. What we want to do is we want to fade it in, so it's like the fading animation of the LOD system we're working on right now. So it's polished to make that LOD system. I would like to say pop, but that's what we're fighting against. But yeah. So we need to add an upper and lower bound, because I think we have the same problem in the other direction. If we move too close to it, actually it's just this one that bothers me the most, but I would like to add a lower bound as well. So I wonder if we want to go if K is 1 just divided by tessellation, can we get so if tessellation offset is equal to 0, if tessellation exponent is equal to if this one is equal to 0, okay, I'm working on two problems at once here. Let's focus on the one furthest away. So when a subquad can't, when it's at its lowest form, then we don't care about progress. So progress here, we base it on tessellation minus floor tessellation offset. If this one is 0, we should be able to just do, like, of course we could introduce a second branch here and check if distance is bigger than, or if this is bigger than 6 or whatever. But I want to do it mathematically. With a clamp would probably be best. Around this K, I would say. Good. But. Yeah, I think it's good. We're gonna try it with height soon. I just wanna... I'm questioning this one. Maybe. But okay, what happens here? The distance to the camera is so far away that this one basically becomes 0. Tessellation exponent is 0. We do tessellation pow. Tessellation is equal to 1. We get 1, and then our multipliers fucks it up. So tessellation is 1. Actually, tessellation is tessellation is 1. So we could just check here. If it's equal to 1, don't do anything, or we can multiply it in a nice way. I wonder if we could do 0 divide. So if we take this one, yeah, if we do a max, that's basically a... Let's see if this is true, first of all, and then we can clean it up later on. If tessellation is equal to 1, then we do this, otherwise we do this. So here we should set output progress to 1, I think. I want to spell it correct. Okay, let's try this with height in its current solution. So if we, since we don't have a lower bound, we're pretty much never gonna have, like, we don't want to interpolate this close to the camera. So we would like to offset the check with 1, but let's see if this works first of all. I mean, we're creating a pretty big mesh on the CPU, but 20 seconds for this, I don't know. Any height? Cynic just got ads on McDonald's, literally eating nuggets from them right now. They want you to buy more. So if we add height to this, it's gonna be harder to see with this. Oh, so if we have some popping here. Fucking hell. But wait 1 sec, do we go the other way? Yeah, we fade back. It might just be that I'm using the progress the wrong way. So as we move away, if we get closer, maybe not. The recolorization here makes it a little bit hard to check, but we should be able to. So if we move closer here, we get... So when we move closer here, we get... Yeah, the interpolation. Here it works. Say. This point right here. We add it. And then when we move closer, actually that looks good, doesn't it? So when we move further away, is that working? Thought we had an error for that one. So when we pop in new vertices here, we don't displace them. But yeah, we can see here that we pop them in as gray. That's not good at all. I wonder if that's because... Ooh. Is it because we take height into account? Oh. Yeah, we take height into account, which we don't want to do. That explains it. Okay, we're so damn close to solving this. Whatever the fuck this is. Max height screws with our values. But I do want to tessellate based on height as well. So we can see here when we fade them in, they should be pure black here, but they are not. Because we take height into account. If we weren't, they would be black. Ooh, okay. The problem is here. We use, to calculate the distance here, we use position interpolated VS. The problem is when we tessellate, like, we don't want to take the height into account here. Or we do want to take the height into account. But not the deformed height. And that's what we get here. So I guess we're gonna have to do this. Vertex shader output, hull. So domain shader. In the domain shader, we offset height here. So then when we work with height down here, it's the offsetted height. We could just add 0 to the height, but we want to... Then we would set the world position height to 0. And it's the object space position we want the height to be 0 at. We could, in the domain shader, we could send down position world space original and position world space offsetted. Yo, what's up, Blaze? But I don't want to send down more information here. It sucks. We might need to, but we might also have some smarter way to do it. So our plane is located at 0. Interpolated VS. So I want to try and see what happens if we do float 3, dot x 0.0 dot z. Blaze, how long you been into game development for? I think I started tinkering around with it like 2015, 16 maybe. Okay, so now let's see. If we do the height offset here, it should be okay. Cynic chicken wrap looked good. Yeah, I'm starting to become real hungry here. So that sounds damn good. Yo, what's up, Spires? Thank you for the raid, always appreciated. You too. Have a good one. Okay, so now if we offset this, let's do max height. And we can see here now that the... Like, I wonder if that's true. If we offset this one, yeah, the gray and black doesn't change, does it? Okay, so that's good. How does it look then? What's up with this one? Mine 78 Swedish question mark? Yes. So this one right here, do we have any point where we can check this? Okay, so my question here is, why is this one white here? Oh yeah, because we're too far away. I can imagine. My Swedish accent is... I'm working on it. Blaze, do you like survival horror games? It's not usually what I play, but I dabble with it sometimes. Cynic in mind, thank you. It could be worse, but it could also be better. Okay, so this height really screws it up for us. And it's actually I want to jump back to this one again. What can we do? We can do this, and then we can do this. If we wouldn't have this max distance check, I want to see if we get the same issues. Blaze, yeah, I love them much. I started learning how to make one. I think like horror games is actually a very good starting point for game development, I would say. Survival depends on what you include in when you talk about survival. Okay, so what do we have here? Like, this looked so damn good. When we just have a plane and we just have it color coded, it looks so good. Like, it's... What the fuck? What is this? So here, this one is marked as white. Then we mark it as black here. It makes no sense. Oh, never mind. This makes sense because... let's bring this one up a bit. Like this. Now it might be easier to double check. So if we'll take a look at this peak right here. It still makes no sense. Oh, this peak might be... This looks good. Does this one look good as well? So what I'm looking for is, if we take a look at this one, when we add new vertices, we shouldn't displace it at all. And I don't think we do. It's incredibly hard to see. Can we find a better... Three... Okay, so we don't care about the peaks that are very far from the camera, we just care about the ones that are close to the camera. And we can see here that this one fades. Then we have this issue. Okay, we're not in a very good position. I think... How can I properly test this? So if we look at this peak over here, it looks pretty good, the silhouette of it. Although... So we don't care about this. So when a subquad is tessellated the least amount of times, we have a little bit of a back and forth here. But if we take a look at this silhouette here, right about here it's tessellated the maximum amount, so yeah, here. And then as we move closer to it, it just becomes smoother and smoother without any apparent popping, I think. Does it pop? We're gonna have to go with a custom texture, I think, and try this out. Actually, you know what? We're gonna do this first of all. We are going to... Distance... we're just gonna ignore the y-axis. I don't care about height that much. So we're gonna do distance, we're gonna do length, position vs dot x z minus world space position x z. Where do we use this one? We use it here. Yeah, here we want x, y, z. Domain view direction, here we want it as well, and down and here we're gonna reference point vs do xz, xz, nearest point on quad with normal. View vector center. We don't use these anymore, do we? No. As Cynic most likely asked this question a million times about what games do you play, if any. I'm open to that question anytime. Like, playing games is like my #1 hobby. I love doing it. I play a lot of games. Currently I'm playing... for single player game I'm playing Kingdom Come Deliverance for the 3rd time, I think. Multiplayer game, right now I'm 100% hooked on Deadlock, which is extremely fun. So Deadlock is Valve's new game. It's like a MOBA third-person shooter. It's, I don't know, it's in like invite only currently, but everyone that has access to it can invite how many people they would like. How about you, Cynic? I know that you played a lot of Rust like a couple of months back. Okay, so now we don't take height into account. Let's see what we have then. I'm also gonna start playing Fallout 4 in a couple of weeks. I've never played it. I haven't played it yet. It's pretty old these days. So what do we have now? I think it looks good. So right here, and then we smooth it out. I think this is... I think we have a correct solution here. But I might be just a bit too optimistic. I hate this. We're gonna fix that again. So now if we do this check, it should be okay. Please tell me this works. Assuming Deadlock looks good. Me, I have taken a break from Rust as it requires a lot of time. Yeah. I remember playing Rust and like every time you went offline, it was a little. You were always afraid that your base would be offline raided, so to speak. Right now I'm playing a lot of Tarkov. Oh, I've been wanting to play that game for a long time. Never gotten around to it though. Do we have... Nah, right about here we can see that it pops when it shouldn't. That sucks. Me and a friend always up for a third one. I will send you a message if I ever decide to jump into it. Appreciate it. I'm having a hard time to decipher what is going. Like what? We can see here that we get some pop in. No idea why. Or actually we can see here that this one is marked as white, but when we get to here it's marked as black again. I'm starting to think, does it work for... So this one here is what bothers me the most. We're gonna go high. We're gonna need to go heightless again and double check this. So here we can see that white points flip between black and white. Or they flip from white to black. That should never happen. This one flips. Oh, I thought this was it. I thought we had it. But we don't. This one turning black here, that's not a good sign. This one going from white to gray, not a good sign. This one goes from white to this one goes from white to it's so hard to keep track of them as well. This one should still be pure white. This one should be a little bit gray. Here we actually have the problem. This one is okay. Okay. This one right here. This one works. So if the point was white in a previous iteration, it should be white now as well. Yeah. No, if it... mine, what does the color represent level of detail? Yes, sort of. We're trying to determine the age of vertices relative to tessellation level. And right now we just do it in a binary way. So if it's black, it's a new vertex. If it's white, it's an old one. Yeah, but for some of these, it doesn't really... Zero. Fucking hell, this is one of the hardest, if not the hardest problem I've been trying to solve. So we can see here, this one is white. That means that it existed the previous tessellation level. And we can see here that this one exists for this one, but then it's still black here. That's wrong. Get the wrong one here as well. Let's see. So you're trying to decide what areas you need to update level of detail. Let's see here. Yes, exactly. Like we want to determine what vertices are new relative to tessellation, because we want to fade them in instead of popping them in, basically. So for the white ones, the old vertices, they should just have they should just read their height value from the texture and use that height value. The black ones, they are gonna have to interpolate between the height of its neighbors and the height map. It's sort of complicated. It's definitely way more complicated than I anticipated. Because we also do we try to rely on HLSL implementation of tessellation, and then on top of that we have one extra tessellation level ourselves, which is only there to properly make the topology a little bit better. But this one right here, it's marked as black now, and like this is weird. So for this one it works beautifully, I would say. except for these. Which one is this? So it's S1200, S1202. So it's these. Ah, it's actually... Have I screwed it up by not doing these? Are you doing the float to surface blend trick? I don't know exactly what that is, but probably. We were so damn close. Like this one, what we're seeing right here, this is... I think the closest we've got. So it's pretty much basic. Like, we want to calculate a float value that is going to be our interpolation value. The whole problem is, like, when we have that value, it's as easy as doing a linear interpolation. The problem is to calculate that value with all the constraints and custom implementations we have. So, like, the color here is the interpolation value we're trying to calculate. We see it gets screwed up here for some damn reason. I'm starting to think that let's just print okay, this is interesting. Input progress is equal to 1. Yeah, we get some floating point issue here. This is very interesting. If progress is greater than 0.9. Yeah, this one should be white here. We have a little bit of a problem. Going from white to black here, that's a big no-no. That should never happen. Other than that, we have a pretty good fade, reckon. And what I mean here, yeah, like going from white to black should happen in certain cases. So here, when we subdivide this one once more, we should have a few vertices turning black here, but is this check we do here might actually screw it up for us. This actually looks pretty damn good. This actually looks very good. Except for if we take a look at this one. Here we actually have a white point, but as we move closer, that one becomes... So it's this one that is white. It's still pretty white, I would say. I think we're extremely close here. I really thought we would be able to solve this today, but it's gonna have to wait tomorrow because I need to run. That sucks. I'm so tired of this, but hopefully tomorrow is the day. Thank you so much for watching, everybody. I appreciate it, and have a great rest of the day. Peace.